Alright. I want to get a bit further in this.
You should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
A little bit more stuff offline, just some collection stuff and whatnot. Nothing too important. I am thinking I want to complete all of probably these quests for sure before I finish the game. World map.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Revelio.
Are you ready to put an end to Harlow?
I'm ready to do what's needed to take Harlow down. I know you have a plan.
We must gather information from the friends of Mr. Bickle that Archie and Mrs. Bickle mentioned. Agabus Filbert, Otto Dibble, and Mr. and Mrs. Rabe.
All right.
I suggest that you speak with each of them while I head to the Hogshead. I saw some Ashwinders heading there. And as my mother would never go near the Hogshead, she is less likely to learn of my activities than if I were to wander the village questioning its residents.
That's a fair point.
Where am I to find these friends of his?
I do not know about Mr. Rabe, but his wife, Daisy, is often in Hogsmeade, as is Agabus Filbert. And Otto Dibble, he works at Gladrags, so you will likely find him there.
What sort of information am I trying to gather from these people?
They may know what evidence Mr. Bickle had against Harlow, or they may have evidence of their own. We simply need to know whatever they know.
Very well. I'll speak with them, see what I can learn.
I knew I could rely on you. We need to know how they are being blackmailed by Rookwood and Harlow. Meet me here after you have spoken with them. Hopefully, by the time you return, I will be able to move a bit more freely.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Your mom was pretty adamant about you not moving around freely right now.
Mrs. Rabe should be nearby.
Keyword is should.
Oh, Isco, what have I done?
Mrs. Rabe, I wondered if I might speak with you about Theophilus Harlow. I'm a friend of the Bickles and I'm trying to gather evidence against him.
Poor Joanna and little Archie. And now Harlow has taken my darling Isco.
What do you mean? Why?
I'm a security guard at Gringotts, and my husband is a curse breaker for them. Harlow approached me about helping him extort my colleagues into giving him treasures from the vaults.
And you declined?
Of course I declined. Repeatedly. I thought they'd given up, until I came home one night and found my husband gone, and a note affixed to my door with a knife. The note stated that I only had a few days to reconsider helping with some banking needs, and that my husband would appreciate it if I acted quickly. But the help Harlow wants is help that I cannot give, and my dearest Isco is paying the price.
Why wouldn't Harlow extort your husband?
Isco's job is even more removed from the vaults than mine. He travels the world for the bank. He could do nothing for Harlow. I'm the one in the bank on a daily basis, which evidently makes me an enticing target for blackmail.
Fair point.
Have you helped Harlow since your husband was taken?
No, I'm worried sick about Isco, but he'd never want me to compromise my integrity. I also know that he's extremely clever. That said, I was hoping he would have escaped by now. It makes me concerned as to why he hasn't.
Are you sure the note means that your husband was kidnapped?
What else could it possibly mean? Besides, I came home to find that someone had trampled the daisies in our garden. It may sound silly, but those were Isco's pride and joy. He would never have let that happen.
Thank you, Mrs. Rabe. Knowing the lengths that Harlow will go to is helpful, albeit more than disturbing.
Mr. Bickle was trying to help us, but now he's gone. I don't know what to do.
I shall do all I can to get evidence against Harlow, Mrs. Rabe.
Very well. Here's the note I received. You must be careful as well. Please don't put yourself in danger.
Mrs. Ray, we do hope you will reconsider helping us with our banking needs. We've given you ample time to reach a decision on your own, but we are beginning to lose our patience. We know your husband would appreciate it if you were to see the value in our working together. Shall we expect a response by a week's end? Best to keep this between us, if you understand my meaning.
Some evidence worth hanging on to.
Thank you.
Indeed.
I hope it's not too late.
Now, to find Mr. Bickle's other two friends. Otto Dibble works at Gladrags. I should check that.
Please tell me you didn't take it, but perhaps it's been here all along.
Mr. Dibble, may I speak with you? It's about Theophilus Harlow.
I've nothing to say about him. May I interest you in a stunning cravat today?
Please, sir, I'd like to help. I spoke to Mrs. Bickle.
You know the Bickles? All right, but we must be discreet. Can't have Mr. Hill hearing this.
I know Mr. Hill. He was kind to me the day of the troll attack.
Oh, he's a good man, but even he wouldn't understand about Harlow. It started a few weeks ago. I was distracted, reading a note, when you-know-who came into the shop. I hid the note behind the counter and offered to help him. He stared at me for a moment, then asked me to check on an order he'd placed. I went into the storeroom to check on what turned out to be a non-existent order. When I returned, he was holding the note.
What was in the note?
It was a note from Rosie Hill, Mr. Hill's daughter. You see, we've been, secretly engaged these past 6 months. We haven't told Mr. Hill yet. I dare say he has higher hopes for her. Harlow advised me in no uncertain terms that my relationship with Rosie, not to mention my employment here, depended upon my cooperation.
What did he ask you to do?
It all happened so quickly. In an instant, he took a very expensive scarf from the counter, pocketed it, and smiled. He said, "Your secret is safe as long as I can supply my lady friend with delightful items like this every so often." I've been able to cover for his requests until now with some creative bookkeeping, but I can't keep it out for much longer. I'm terrified to say anything. I could never live without Rosie.
Could you give me a bit more detail about the note? That might help me to identify it should I come across it.
It's on Rosie's special pink stationery. It has her monogram at the top, RH. That's how Mr. Hill would know it was real.
What have you been doing to keep the extortion a secret?
Well, as I mentioned, creative bookkeeping. And I've also been trying to cover the costs with my own savings, but I'm running out of money. Of course, none of this bodes well for my efforts to improve my circumstances and to be worthy of Rosie.
I met Mr. Hill the day of the troll attack. He was kind to me. Why don't you just tell him?
He's a lovely man. But when it comes to Rosie, I fear he loses all perspective. He'd see this as a grave betrayal. I'd lose my job instantly, and Rosie as well.
Thank you for telling me. I'm gathering evidence to take Harlow down.
I would love nothing more than to see him rotting in Azkaban, but be careful. He's an awful man and incredibly dangerous. As for Rosie's letter, should you happen upon it, I have committed it to memory. You may destroy it immediately.
Understood.
Now hurry off before Mr. Hill returns.
I don't know where you are.
Now to find the last of Mr. Bickle's friends.
Excuse me.
Agabus Filbert must be around here somewhere.
Hello there.
Excuse me, Mr. Filbert. I wondered if I might speak with you about your dealings with Theophilus Harlow. I hope to ease Mrs. Bickle's mind by gathering evidence against him.
Oh, tragic what happened to Bickle. He wanted me to speak out against Harlow for an act of violence committed against me. But I feared Harlow's retaliation, and so I refused.
If you had spoken out against him as Mr. Bickle asked, perhaps Harlow would be locked away by now.
Perhaps. But perhaps I would have suffered a similar fate.
You said that Harlow committed an act of violence against you. Could you tell me what happened?
Before my extraordinary wife, Dulcibella, passed away, she had just completed a small book of poetry. As a surprise for her birthday, one she never had the chance to celebrate, I had the book beautifully bound and plated in gold. One day, Harlow came calling to punish me for having spoken out against the Neanderthals that comprised Rookwood's lot. Before I knew it, I'd been petrified, and Harlow was rifling through my home. He found the book of poetry, with its exquisite gold plating. I watched helplessly, lying there in my entranceway as he walked away with the book, laughing as he went. I was shaken to my core. Still am, to be honest.
I imagine you fear Harlow retaliating again, but do you mind if I share this information with Officer Singer?
I suppose I have no choice. This extortion can't go on forever. You can pass it on to anyone who may be willing to help.
Thank you.
Harlow does not like people talking, as you already know.
I've spoken with Mr. Bickle's friends. Now to find Natty. Revelio.
I was literally right next to you. Hogsmeade, of course. I had no idea that was out here.
It's not like Natty to be late. She said she was going to the Hog's Head. Perhaps I'll find her there.
Perhaps so.
You don't ever want to find yourself in
Revelio.
What is with that sound?
Natty must be around here somewhere. Natty's wand. She can cast without it. She wanted me to find this. She's in trouble. Revelio will show me where she was taken.
No, I can't change the time right now. Mental note. Demiguise statue in the back of the Hog's Head.
Nosy little students get what's coming to them.
Revelio. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quick. The footprints led to this room. There must be another way forward.
Maybe the obvious pull over there.
hidden door. Natty must have been taken this way. I need to find her quickly. Revelio.
Interesting. This is the first time I've had optional objectives.
I'd better be sure I'm not seen.
It's not gonna work. It might. Using that girl as bait. That one's coming for her. We ought to just kill her. Hey.
Arlo says her friend will be reckless enough. He wants them alive.
Don't leave a hole.
Revelio.
Enough to come in here alone.
Just keep an eye out.
Hey.
It's exhausting. Stand here all day. Hogwarts work for him. He can fight his own battles.
Come to think of it, months ago
I don't want to work with goblins. Not now, not ever. Rookwood's gone mad.
Expulsion! Let me avert, Bombada!
Well, for an infamous foe, you were pretty easy to beat. Bonk. Bonk. Bonk.
Glacius. Defender. Revelio. Expelliarmus.
You was dear to me as an augury, whose voice forestalls and encouraging you. Loved me as a... Okay.
To your knees!
The Book of Poems.
Bruh, bug off. Oh, hi, you there too. Nope.
Revelio.
I really wish that Revelio would stay active for a bit longer. It's one very small complaint I have. I feel like it wears off too quick.
Revelio.
Oi.
Revelio.
Oh.
Revelio.
I guess maybe I gotta go this way.
What?
So many rats. How can you guys live here when there's just rats everywhere? Or stay here as a hideout?
Hey.
Revelio.
We should speak to her again. Perhaps she'll tell us where we can find that friend of hers.
Mr. Talus.
Expulso!
Potato! Levioso! Bombarda!
Expulso!
Glacius! Defender!
Expulso! I quit now, while you're still alive.
Repulsor! Glacius! Revelio!
Where'd you run off to?
What are you, shy? I've seen more courage in a Porlock. Thought you could hide from me, did ya?
Nope, I'm just gonna keep taking your wand.
That all you got? Quite conductive, aren't we?
Revelio!
Yeah, no, I'm not shy. It's just quicker and easier to take you out that way. I mean, if you're gonna die anyways, why make it difficult? Ah, my darling Otto, I have read your last letter over and over and am certain to read it again each hour until we're able to meet. I dread the notion that I will not see you soon, but I am not without hope. I long for the day that our engagement can be shared with those whom we love, especially my dear father. I do not wonder at your wanting to wait until you are more settled, my love, and I know that you are doing all you can to ensure that such a situation is within your grasp. Please allow me to say that these past months of being unable to share publicly the feelings which exalt me to the utmost pinnacle of happiness have been an existential challenge indeed. And now I am off to read your letter once more. Yours affectionately, Rosie.
Otto Dibble's love letter from Rosie. He wanted me to destroy this if I found it.
Indeed.
Natty must be here somewhere. Revelio.
You found us! I knew you would realize I had left my wand for you. Speak to Mr. Rabe. He will tell you what you need. I need your help.
Mr. Rabe, Daisy told me you'd been abducted.
You spoke with my wife. How is she?
Worried about you. Are you all right?
I am all right. Thank you for coming. These locks are cursed, and there's an anti-apparition jinx on the cells. Even Natty's skill with wandless magic cannot free us. I need you to find my wand.
Use mine. We'll find yours together once you're out of there.
I need my wand for this. Using one with which I have no connection may not work as well or as quickly, and we cannot risk detection.
I shall do my best. Any idea where it might be?
It's nearby. I can sense it.
Understood. I'll find it.
Your friend Natty was not able to summon it. It must be blocked. Any luck with my wand?
Revelio.
Quickly. My wand is singing. I can tell.
Revelio.
Oh, there it is.
Mr. Rabe's wand could be in there.
There we go, that was easy enough.
Mr. Rabe's wand. I'll be glad to have this back. Mr. Rabe, I found your wand.
Well done. I knew it was nearby. Now, you best stand back. One never knows how a curse will react to being broken.
Thank you, Mr. Isco.
My pleasure. And thank you, my friend. We owe our lives to your bravery. I may be too weak to disapparate with you both, but I can try.
You go ahead. Find Officer Singer. We will get out of here on our own.
Very well. But be careful. Thank you, my young friends.
Be prepared for a fight. These Ashwinders must pay.
Indeed. And they will.
Revelio.
Oh. Are none of them gonna come and, fight us on the way out? Just gonna let us walk out freely? Okay. This way.
Let's find Officer Singer and put an end to Harlow once and for all.
Natsai Onai. I should have known. And you, the troll dispatcher. Oh, thank goodness the two of you are safe. Isco Rabe told me a couple of students had rescued him. Should have known it was you two.
Is Mr. Rabe all right?
He is. I sent him home to his wife. Miss Onai, your mother will not be pleased to learn that you're still risking your safety pursuing these dangerous men.
Actually, Officer Singer, Natty and I learned of several Hogsmeade residents who've had their lives threatened by the Ashwinders. In addition to abducting Mr. Rabe to blackmail his wife and Natty, Rookwood and Harlow have also extorted Agabus Filbert and Otto Dibble.
I will look into all of that. As for the two of you, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you are taking great risk. Next time, please let the authorities handle the Ashwinders.
Maybe if you did your job, we wouldn't have to. Seriously.
With all due respect, officer, the authorities haven't done much about any of this.
There's more to taking down an organization like the Ashwinders than simply storming in and hauling them off based on a few accusations. I must insist that you leave them to us. We shall have no further discussion on this.
Bro, we brought you so much evidence.
You
Why?
may wish to speak with your mother about this before I do.
My mother will not like this. Thank you again for rescuing me. We shall speak soon.
Alright. I got... Yeah, I can work on getting the third upgrade for my broom, so I am going to do that real quick. Where is it that I need to go for this one? Oh, I need to go all the way down there. Okay. I guess I'll just go ahead and go into that mine.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Who has sent me mail? Oh, it's you. The Ashwinders have ceased pestering me. I suspect that was your doing. Thank you for me and Rosie both. We're just leaving for our honeymoon. After we tell Mr. Hill of our recent marriage. Wish me luck. That was very quick to get married after that happened. But hey, it's on them. It's not up to me. It's like, yeah, we've given the Ministry of Magic, what is it, 2 seasons essentially to, and plenty of evidence. How have they not made more progress than a couple of students?
Revelio.
dead asleep on my feet, I could.
Revelio.
How long for a bacon and mushroom stew?
Trivicus totalis. Revelio. Trivicus totalis. Bombarda.
I blew myself up, but I stayed invisible. While it happened.
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Revelio.
Bunch of spider webs, eh? The heck? Oh.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Revelio. Trivicus totalis. Revelio.
Nothing over here.
Revelio.
Next time I see you. I want
Confringo.
always on the defense. That's the straight I've never seen a wizard use magic. Accio. You have defeated our
You've one less follower, Revelio.
Interesting. So I can't use a broom, but I can get on a hippogriff in here? Oh, can't take off in here.
Revelio.
Yeah, so there's stairs over here. There's a ladder.
You are the talk of the school since you saved Mr. Rabe and I from the Ashwinders. We have come so far. We should discuss the next steps in our plan to stop Harlow.
I got an achievement for something, but I don't know what it was. Oh, it's called coasting along. Visit the coast. I haven't actually gotten there yet, I don't think. Oh, maybe it's because I'm just about at the exit to get there. All right.
What are you up to
Nice.
now?
Revelio.
Ah. Antique compass. Hey, I leveled up. Can you keep walking so slow? Okay.
Revelio.
Ah, more balloons. Perfect.
Revelio. Let's see what's up your sleeve this time, Merlin. Revelio.
I will, but first I need to find where that other flu powder thing was.
This place has seen better days. Wonder if I'm safe to explore in there.
How nice to see
Tomb of Treachery. It's definitely a little bit ominous. I'm probably not going to bother doing any more of the Merlin trials on stream just because I've done so many of them already. I am going to get all the flu powder spots though. Just because. Which?
Nothing about you in Arranger except spiders. Not worth it. That's me. Legs are far too brittle.
I might also tomorrow go through and defeat all the infamous foes. Just because.
handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Phoenix Mountain Cave?
Cubrigo.
Revelio.
What is up here? Are there phoenixes? Nope, nifflers. I was gonna say it'd be really nice if there were phoenixes, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a particular quest to get a phoenix and a Grafhorn. Even though I'd like to get some of them as soon as possible. I'm gonna make a sweep around this way.
Revelio.
Protego! Is that all? We had plans for that immigrant you stole. Incendio!
Nope. Balloons.
I
almost captured a grapphorn in the forest. It escaped, but
Oh, so there are graph somewhere nearby. Okay.
Revelio.
Ooh, a place of power. Whoopers. Hang on, gotta pet a cat first. And chug some water.
Revelio. Aloha Mora. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Cabalso. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. That wasn't too hard.
Nope, it wasn't.
Revelio.
Yeah, kitties.
Revelio.
Oh, another place of power. Two of them. They look like they will be on my way, so I'm gonna go ahead and go get this first.
Didn't touch your helm. Thank you for making me the first object of your suspicions.
Revelio.
Friends are now, don't I?
What was that?
I'll get you in a minute. Gotta go up here first.
Revelio. I know what that means. Merlin trial.
Oh, Thestrals. Unfortunately, I don't really need Thestrals right now.
Revelio.
Nope.
Revelio.
Where I need to go is up.
Revelio.
I'm famished.
Perfectus totalis. Revelio. Perfectus totalis. Revelio. Perfectus totalis. Revelio.
Cruelty 3.
Revelio. Perfectus totalis. Confringo. I should investigate. Revelio. Revelio.
That do anything? No, it doesn't really look like it. Okay, on my way up still.
Revelio. Descendo. Defendo. Repulso. Confringo. Lumos.
Dear resident, your chicken coop inspection will occur in 2 weeks' time, in accordance with the Ministry's investigation into rumors of the illegal breeding of basilisks. Please ensure that your premises are toad-free and will be reminded that the punishment for such illegal breeding endeavors is lifelong detention in Azkaban. Please contact the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Beasts, Ministry of Magic, without any question. Or with any questions.
Lumos. Revelio.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented blue powder.
I don't really think there's much reason to be up here at the moment, so I'm gonna just go back down so that I can go back to what I was doing before. Yep, no fly zone still. No fall damage.
I know a Merlin trial when I see one. An astronomy table. Should prove useful once the sun's down.
Yes, I want to go ahead and do this since I'm here.
Professor Shaw mentioned.
Canis Major.
Revelio. 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 Reparo. Descendo. Depulso. That solves that. Revelio.
Giant pepper toads, eh?
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Yes, Totalis. Aloha Mora. Revelio. Revelio.
What have you done?
You ought to cut back on the mistook you for a troll the other day.
The heck is the last one? Is it down here? Oh.
That wasn't so difficult.
No, it wasn't so difficult.
Revelio.
A cup of mushroom tea.
Alright. I was really close to you already.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Revelio. Abandoned long ago, no doubt.
Levioso! Levioso!
That was easy.
Revelio. Accio. Lumos. Revelio. Knowing a meat he's likely studied here.
There we go. Jeez. Hydra.
Revelio.
It's a troll. What? Seriously, you can't fall through there?
Lumos. Confringo. Revelio. Lumos. Confringo. Accio. Lumos. Shame I didn't have an audience for that one.
Gear slots are full again, really? Well, since I don't need the money, it's just time for all the greens to go, I guess. Forgot I had talents. So I completed combat. Ah, infamous foes. Okay, next is going to be you. That's right, move.
Revelio.
Oh, thought it would let me go through there before.
Revelio.
They don't seem to care. You've made a mistake. I've checked
your pockets up.
Petrificus totalis.
Potato! Stupefy! Glacius! Defender! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Stupefy! Arresto Momentum! Confringo! Glacius! Defender! Expelliarmus! Potato! Stupefy! Bombardo! Stupefy!
Yeah, you want to throw rocks at me? We'll have it back.
Revelio.
What are you up to now?
Stop right there.
What am I up to now? Just flying around a bit. Alright, so we need to go to you next.
Revelio.
To see what you are over here. Not what I'm looking for. Not what I'm looking for.
Revelio.
This looks intriguing.
Trolls are fun to fight.
Petrificus totalis.
Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy. Glacius. Defender. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Confringo. Glacius. Defender. Expelliarmus. Repulsor. Bombarda. Potato. Stupefy. Glacius. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Defender.
Get sliced.
Revelio.
It's like a place right out of a storybook.
We're actually pretty close.
Revelio.
I've always said that travel.
Got no idea what that is, but who knows, might be back there at some point in the future. I just wanted to get that.
Revelio.
Since it's a little bit closer, that one's on the way, so I will go here first. Trying to max out my ancient power. Because why not?
Revelio. Confringo.
Oh wow, you actually can die from fall damage. Why did I not die before? That was interesting. Oh, literally right here.
You let things
Hey, you.
Expelliarmus. Confringo.
Accio. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Revelio.
Expelliarmus. Confringo.
Revelio.
Confringo.
Seriously, game?
Revelio.
Ah, so that was where the other one was right out there.
If only Professor Fig could have seen that. Revelio. Revelio.
I guess it doesn't have it marked again. Okay, no, it is. Just not showing up. Gear. How many more gear slots do I have? Okay, I've still got a good amount. I was gonna say, next it's just gonna be the blues to get rid of. see more balloons in the distance there.
These rocks have seen better days.
Revelio.
This is a very large estate here.
Revelio. Aloha Mora.
That wasn't too hard.
Nope.
Revelio.
Yeah, I don't need to bother with you guys.
Arresto momentum.
Alright, next flu powder, please. It's gonna be over there, it looks.
Revelio.
So, while I'm doing that, so I guess right before, I'm gonna go ahead and grab these balloons. That is a huge reflection of a balloon. I guess it doesn't help that I don't have ray tracing on.
Revelio.
astronomy table over there. More balloons and the side quest.
Revelio.
Oh, just whoopers. Another astronomy table. Nice.
Revelio.
Do you really
Hello.
think you can best me?
Yes, but it's not really worth it at the moment. Because I am going around getting some balloons. Ow. I bumped into the rocks.
Revelio.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
How many flue powders left? Just 2. Very nice.
Revelio.
Mainly just wanting to get those to make it easier later on.
Much, you can actually go further. It's true. Eat a big meal, you'll be slowed down. You'll be swift.
Yes, make it nighttime. Thank you. You're still talking about that? Citus.
Revelio.
Interesting, amaze, eh?
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
Revelio.
I wouldn't call that dangerous.
I don't like the looks of that encampment.
Revelio.
Likely this is the table. Best used when it's
Arresto momentum. Confringo. Glacius. Defendo.
Fuck off. I'm learning astronomy. There we go. Lupus.
Revelio.
Now go nab you real quick. There. Flew around the world, the achievement. All flu powder
Revelio.
achieved. Or found, I guess. Now to get this astronomy table. And then do side quest. Oh, balloons.
Revelio.
Hey, only one more set of balloons to get, I think.
Revelio.
A castle. Must have been quite stately in its time.
I may go to Hogsmeade later, stir up some trouble. They need to be reminded that we're still running things.
Sagittarius. Alright, I believe that's all astronomy tables. All I have left is like one set of balloons. Okay, so I got all ancient power, all astronomy, one more Hogwarts secret to get, got one more set of balloons, and only 2 more landing platforms. Interesting.
Revelio.
The course looks rather deserted. I hope everything's all right.
Hufflepuff, over here.
I'm gonna save since I got all that stuff done.
Hello again, Imelda. This course is a bit far from the castle, isn't it?
Obviously. Evidently too far for most of our classmates. Pathetic. They should be begging me to keep these trials alive, not running scared. I'm surprised our new 5th year showed up. I suppose I appreciate the effort.
That's actually... thank you.
I know I can be impatient, but I get frustrated by those who don't take things as seriously as I do. And in my experience, that's everyone. Anyway, don't let it go to your head. Right then, enough chatter. I'm confident I've posted a time you won't be able to beat.
Want to bet?
We'll soon see how I fare, won't we? I'm ready.
Get ready to lose, Hufflepuff.
is going well. Brilliant. Now that's more like it. Made it. That wasn't too difficult. Now that's more like it. Brilliant flying, if I do say so myself.
No, there's the last set of balloons, too.
Now that's more like it. This is going well. Ha! Good. I've got this. That was quite something.
Impressive work today, but don't get too comfortable. I'll be on your heels in no time. My family's not going to believe the news when I tell them. They're almost as competitive as I am. Almost.
Almost.
Do you get your competitiveness from your family?
You could say that. My grandfather played Quidditch for Puddlemere United. And my father, well, he was a chaser for Slytherin, but had to stop after a curse took his knees out. Said it was the Gryffindor beater. And me, I fell in love with flying the first time I saw the ground disappear beneath my feet. Something about the freedom you feel on a broom. I've not been able to stop since.
Will you keep running these courses?
I'll race them myself. Don't want to get rusty. But I won't be dealing with time trials. You're welcome to run them too. Anyway, hope we find time to fly again soon.
I take it you want to play for a team, but which one? And which position?
I'm my father's girl. A chaser through and through. You'd know that if Black hadn't cancelled Quidditch this year. As for a team, it's the Holyhead Harpies I've always dreamt of. When I'm finished with school, I'll try out. If for some reason I don't get accepted, I don't know what I'll do. Herbology, perhaps? Because if that did happen, you might as well pop me and call me a mandrake. I'd never stop screaming.
Fair
It's been
point.
fun competing against your records, Imelda.
It has been fun. Glad you're here. 5th year. Not bad. For a Hufflepuff. You take care
Indeed.
of yourself.
Ah, the achievement. Fight the good fight. I did fight the good fight.
I should let Mr. Weeks know that this was his best upgrade yet.
I will, as soon as I find those last balloons again. Let's see, I definitely remember flying under there, over this way.
Revelio.
Flew this way.
Seems like a quiet night.
Revelio.
Who lived here, I wonder? I should investigate.
Revelio.
You've made a mistake.
Revelio.
There they are.
Manners are important, though, aren't they?
Alright, there's all the balloons as well. And since I have no idea where the last landing pad or two is, I'm not really going to bother with it right now. I think I'm just going to go ahead and...
This looks like trouble.
Go back to the objective. Because this was what I was wanting to do. Let's see if I can get the third upgrade. Max out the broom.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Maximum efficiency.
How's my favourite test flyer?
What?
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
There we go.
Hello again, Mr. Weeks. I set a new record at the South Course.
Fantastic! Your broom performed well then?
The best upgrade yet. It flew beautifully, incredibly nimble. But with the speeds it now reaches, I can feel the wind catching beneath the seat a bit, preventing it from reaching its full potential.
Of course! Should have anticipated that. Exactly the kind of report I've come to expect from you. At last, I think I know what needs to be done for my final upgrade.
What will you do after the final upgrade is complete?
I aim to make Spintwitches the most sought-after shop in Hogsmeade. And I wouldn't mind getting back on a broom myself, just for the thrill of it. Couldn't be more pleased we made headway with the upgrades, proved the naysayers wrong, made all the hard work worth it.
I shall look forward to speaking again.
I'll be sure to send you an owl when I'm finished. Thank you again for your help. Couldn't have done this without you.
Good for Mr. Weeks. Mr. Weeks and I do make a good team.
Nice. So 2 landing platforms left, 1 secret, and I will have completed all the exploration. Okay. back to quests. Okay. Are you in Hogwarts? Yes, you are. Okay, then I am going to make a stop in the room of requirements just because I need to figure out all of all of what I've got so that I can sell crap I don't need. Not bad stuff. Let's see what all. It's only a 3 offense boost, which is good. That's an 11 offense boost, which is very good. Definitely gonna use you. Nope, nothing better there. That's no good. Those are no good. 5 offense, 6 offense, 8 offense. Okay. $17 offense, 13. Let's see, 36. What level am I right now? 35. I'm almost there. Okay, so probably another quest or so. Make you back what I need you to be. Legendary cape is nice, but I like this. Could go around wearing a full suit of armor, but stick with you. Let's see, gloves I did change. Okay, and I'll need some upgrades, so I need to harvest some materials.
Accio. Descendo.
Use the right one, please. Alright, got all my stuff from you guys.
Nick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Just there. Okay, did I collect from everybody? One more hippogriff. You. There we go.
I'm truly awed by what we've accomplished. The final broom upgrade is better than even I expected. Stop by Spintwitches when you can.
Alright, let's see. The stuff that I did equip that's new, you need to be upgraded twice. Okay, significantly increase ancient damage, magic, totalist, magic. You upgrade twice. As for you, ancient magic throw. Okay, so that one's gonna be the only one, and I need another level. I'm gonna go ahead and get my final broom upgrade.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Historically speaking,
Oh, hello again. Couldn't have perfected the broom upgrades without your help. As always, I have a special prize for you. I truly enjoyed working with you. Thank you for believing in me. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
Alright. Now back.
You can't imagine how inconvenient
Revelio.
travel was before I invented blue powder.
Ah, I have been meaning to speak with you.
I still can't believe we escaped the Ashwinders.
You may not realize it, but you are the talk of the school since you saved me that day.
I wonder how everyone knows about it.
I told my mother in the hope that she would be more forgiving of what I have been up to if it came from me. She likely told other professors, and news travels quickly. Unfortunately, she might, in fact, have been even less forgiving than I'd hoped.
I don't blame her for being concerned. We have been involved in some dangerous activities.
As the Ashwinders were locking me up and threatening my life, it did occur to me that my mother may have been right.
Has Officer Singer done anything with the evidence we provided?
She has not. Harlow is as strong as ever. Someone needs to stop him, whether it is us or Officer Singer. If someone had stopped the monsters like him in Matabeleland, my father would be alive today.
What exactly happened to your father?
It was a beautiful day. My mother had gone to tend to a neighbor who was ill, and so my father and I were galloping in the savannah.
Galloping? Your father was also an animagus, I take it?
He could become the most majestic giraffe, and he would carry me on his back, my arms around his neck. We were on our way home when we surprised a group of bandits who had come from our village. One of them saw me just as he removed a scarf from his face. He shouted and then aimed his rifle.
He didn't want you to identify him.
Exactly. In an instant, my father bowed his neck to protect me and was hit. As he fell, my father changed back into his human form. When the bandits saw this, they turned and ran in fear. Magic terrified them, and then he was gone. And it was all my fault.
Your fault? How so?
He died protecting me. If I had been capable of protecting myself, he would still be alive today. My mother and I tried to go on without him, but it became too much for us there. A few years later, we left to come to Scotland.
Do you think taking down the Ashwinders will avenge your father's death?
No. Vengeance is not what drives me. My father would not want that. He and my mother raised me to believe that it is a privilege to be able to fight for those who cannot. I know there is risk involved, but I feel it is worth it. I am glad you seem to think so too.
Indeed.
What does your mother think about all of this?
Well, as you saw, she worries a great deal. She is an excellent seer, but I think it bothers her to this day that she did not see my father's death coming. She misses him, as do I. So I believe on some level she understands my need to seek justice in a small way, but that does not mean that she likes it.
Do you think your father would approve of the things we've been doing?
Oh my, that is a good question. In theory, yes. Although he would worry as my mother does. But I think he, of all people, would understand my persistence. My father never shied away from a fight for good, no matter how ruthless the foe. And I think he would have enjoyed knowing that I had a compatriot like you.
I'm sorry, Natty. I can't imagine what you've been through. Your father sounds exceptional.
He was. Truly extraordinary. And thank you for your kind words. We all have our burdens. My father had a saying about that.
Yes, I remember. Rain does not fall on one roof alone.
Exactly. Soon you and I will put an end to the Ashwinders, beginning with Harlow. And once he is gone, we will turn our attention to Rookwood. We are making progress, and we will succeed. Thank you again for saving me. You deserve all of the praise you have received.
Oh, hey, look, it's snowing.
Revelio.
What's this ornament? Just good quests. Alright, now time to talk to Poppy.
Revelio.
Oh, good, you're safe.
Of course.
There you are. You were in such a state when you left.
The poachers got to my gran. Someone recognized me in Horntail Hall and they got to her.
What do you mean? Is she all right?
She's fine, thank goodness. But they were at her house, our house. They assumed I'd sent the egg there. She said they took the whole place apart looking for it, screaming that we'd cost them everything.
I'm sorry, Poppy. I'm glad she's all right. I don't think either one of us could have anticipated that.
I should have known. I underestimated the poachers. And now another creature's in danger.
What do you mean?
The poachers refused to leave empty-handed, so they took valuable journals that Gran had discovered when she was researching rare creatures. One of them contained theories about a secret hiding place of the Snidget, long thought to be extinct.
Exactly what kind of creature is a Snidget?
It's a small bird with golden feathers. It's incredible. It has rotational wings that allow it to dart quickly in any direction. In fact, the golden snitch in Quidditch is based on the Snidget, which barbarically was actually used in the sport hundreds of years ago.
Why would Snidgets be valuable to poachers?
They could make more money with Snidgets than they ever would have fighting dragons. The golden Snidget's feathers and eyes are incredibly valuable. That's why they're believed to be extinct. They were hunted out of existence by wizard kind. If the poachers found some now, I can't bear to think about the horrific way they'd be bred and killed for profit.
Where exactly are these Snidgets allegedly hidden?
Gran says the journals were a bit cryptic, which is good. perhaps the poachers won't be clever enough to find the birds. From what she recalls, the journals only noted that the key to finding them lay in the moonlight. Gran thinks it can be narrowed down to a handful of locations.
Okay.
I take it you aren't going to let the poachers anywhere near the Snidgets.
Gran wants me to stay out of it, but I know she's devastated that poachers might go after the Snidgets, if they still exist. We had the element of surprise on our side when we saved that dragon, but the poachers will be watching for us now.
We need allies. Others who hate the poachers enough to help us, who value creatures as much
Merlin's beard! You're a genius! The centaurs! They'd want the Snidgets protected at all costs.
Sounds as if we need to go and talk to the centaurs.
We'll need to be careful in how we approach them. Tensions with them are high. Still, I think they may be our only hope. Let me think on it. I'll let you know as soon as I have a plan.
Alright, well, I guess that just leaves me to move on with the main quest now, since I'm not going to do a bunch of side quests today. Oh, right, map chamber. I was thinking for a second, where the heck do I go? It's like,
Welcome back.
Hello, Professor. I have news. The goblins are looking for something. Another repository. They've built drills to help with their search.
Most troubling.
Are these repositories like the broken container I found at Rookwood Castle?
They are. I fear we have no time to lose. Have a look at the map. Fortunately, the next trial is fairly nearby.
It's Hogwarts.
As you know, I was headmistress in my time. My portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. In fact, I witnessed Professor Black learn of your arrival. And I'll confess that I wondered about you.
Wait, is the next trial in the headmaster's office?
It is. I had hoped that when the time came, the occupant of that office would be of help to us. Unfortunately, this headmaster seems wildly unconcerned with anything but himself. You'll need to access the office while he's away.
I understand. Very well. I'll find some way to get in.
Good. I shall meet you in my portrait there. Until then.
Couldn't you tell me the password to get in?
How will I gain access to the headmaster's office? Perhaps Professor Fig will know what to do.
Perhaps so.
Professor Fig, the Keepers have shown me where the next trial is.
Has something changed?
Lodgok and I have learned that the goblins are searching for another repository, like the one we saw at Rookwood Castle. And I discovered that they're building massive drills to help in their search. Professor Fitzgerald seemed very concerned.
I see. Ranrock clearly knows even more than we suspected.
And sir, there's something else. Lodgok knew Miriam.
He knew Miriam?
They encountered each other at Rookwood Castle. She was doing research. That's where she found the container with the portkey. He liked her so much that he let her leave with it, despite orders from Ranrock.
I don't know what to say. She could win over almost anyone.
I want to hear more of this. And, in fact, I'd like to speak with Lodgok directly. But we've no time now. Where is the next trial?
Believe it or not, it's in the headmaster's office.
Incredible. Very well. You'll need the password to get past the stone gargoyle. The headmaster's house elf will know it.
I don't know the headmaster's house elf. Will he even speak to me? I imagine he's loyal to the headmaster.
He is. So you'll need a disguise. I have just the thing. A polyjuice potion. You'll look and sound like Professor Black.
Wait, doesn't polyjuice potion require a bit of the person you want to change into? And take ages to brew?
It does.
So how do you already have polyjuice potion to change into Professor Black?
One never knows when such a thing may come in handy. Let's just say I felt the need to be prepared for anything after my fruitless trip to the ministry on his behalf. Now, time is of the essence. Drink up and I shall explain more. How do you feel?
Incredible. I won't forget that taste anytime soon. How do I sound?
Convincing. I've taken the liberty of transfiguring your robes. As we discussed, you'll need the password from Scrope, who could be anywhere in the castle. You might look for Professor Kagawa. She's taken to badgering the poor elf about Quidditch in the hopes that he can convince Black to change his mind. Thus far, unsuccessfully.
I see. But what if Professor Black sees me?
Leave him to me. I shall tell him where to meet a liaison from the ministry in Hogsmeade. That should give you plenty of time.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose we'll meet again in the map chamber.
It's rather strange to hear gratitude coming from Professor Black. I'll see you there.
Now to find the headmaster's house elf.
Yeah, Professor Black is not a very likable character, that is for sure.
Professor, a moment of your time, please. Professor, I was hoping to catch you.
Places to be, Professor Sharp. Places to be.
Of course, sir. Only, you'd asked me about a particular potion, and I
did? I did, yes. Well, spit it out, Sharp. I don't have all day.
Probably best not to discuss it here, sir.
Really? Why can't we talk about potions here? Seems fine to me.
Very well. I've brewed the cure for boils you wanted. I can drop it by your office when it's convenient.
Of course, yes. No need for all the cloak and dagger. Simply have a student deliver it.
A student. Very well, sir, if you insist.
I do. And thank you, Sharp. I just hope you've brewed enough for all my boils.
Now, to determine which student gets this rather
Has anyone seen my ivory-handled hand mirror? Of course you haven't. You call that a shine on those boots? Do better!
I thought I heard the headmaster approaching.
I haven't time for any of you at the moment. None. None at all. Move aside.
Headmaster? Here, what could he want?
If you must speak with me, consult my secretaries or what have you.
Professor, a word? Professor Black? Again, it is not too late to reconsider your decision regarding Quidditch. We could still have trials and a somewhat shortened season. It would be better than none at all.
But the injury, Madam Kagawa.
Professor, more than one student has taken a bludger to the head on our pitch. I dare say it knocked some sense into them. And they're fine now. The fact that it happened to be a pureblood, well, that's no reason to...
What? nonsense. That you would trivialize the health of a student over a silly game.
A silly game? You are quite impossible sometimes. Sir, I've a good mind to write to the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry about you.
Do it.
Good idea. I can even provide the parchment should you need it. Now, where is my elf?
Parchment? Very well, I will, and with pleasure. And I spotted Scrope in the Great Hall. Seems to be avoiding me.
I wonder why. Good day, Madam Kagawa.
What did we do to deserve him as a headmaster?
I don't know.
I wonder almost daily why I accepted this appointment from the Ministry.
I wonder why the Ministry even thought it was a good idea in the first place.
It's the headmaster, and he's coming this way.
When I witnessed what passes for magic in these halls, I...
Professor, a word, please. Hello, Professor Black.
Ah, Professor Weasley. How delightful to see you.
Sir?
Since I have you here, I wonder if I might, speak with you about Professor Fig.
Oh, very well.
I've decided to give him a bit more, leeway with his time.
Leeway, Professor? Are you sure that's wise? I confess I do worry for his students. He's rarely here as it is.
I realize that, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I see. But, sir, if I may, I am wary of how much time the new fifth year seems to be spending away from the castle, supposedly on Professor Fig's behalf. I've heard unsettling rumors of their escapades. Everything from sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to confronting Ranrock's loyalists and Rookwood's lot.
What? Goodness. You cannot believe everything you hear, Professor. No, you cannot. I mean, I shall keep an eye on Fig. You simply keep doing the wonderful job that you're doing. Simply wonderful.
Thank you. But I'm happy to look into...
Good. That'll be all, Weasley. I mean, Professor Weasley. Good day.
Bro, better acting. Also, what were you guys doing?
Leeway for Professor.
Why did it have to do that right there? I mean, it was funny, but...
That ought to give Professor Fig some breathing room.
Maybe.
Professor Black is happy with Scrope's performance as his house elf. There's no doubt in Scrope's mind.
Scrope!
Oh, greetings, Master.
Remind me of the password to my office.
Oh, but Master made Scrope swear never to tell anyone, even Master himself.
And now I'm telling you that you can tell me.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Scrope begs forgiveness. It is the Black family motto, Master.
Right. Of course.
Master does remember it.
It's purebloods forever, isn't it?
Close, Master. Scrope thinks Master is indeed testing Scrope. It is always pure.
Obviously.
And, of course, as Master knows, in French.
Yes, of course. I order you to pronounce it for me.
Oh, but Master knows that Scrope's French is most pitiful. Oh, very well. Toujours pur.
Ha! Thank you. Never speak of this conversation with me or anyone else.
Of course, sir. Scrope shall try his best to keep out of Master's way.
What I want to know is why Scrope...
The polyjuice potion's wearing off.
...is
I best get out of sight.
Missing an ear. Hey, come on.
Made it just in time. It's wearing off.
Fig was right. I can't believe it worked. Now to speak the password to the gargoyle.
Revelio.
I've been up here before? Guess I have. Next quest. There we go. I shall go ahead and walk. It's been a while since I've walked through the castle. Or ran.
I think I know how and where to approach the centaurs about protecting the Snidgets. Meet me in the Forbidden Forest.
Alright. Oh! I haven't done this yet. Let's see. 15 plus 2 is 17, so that leaves me with 6. Which means... Lizard.
Revelio.
That's there, that's there. Okay. 3 plus 9 is 12, so that means I'm 7. So the Cthulhu octopus thing. Open sesame. Thank you.
Revelio.
Oh, it's above even further. Okay.
Revelio.
Ah, there you are. Troll armor.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio.
Ah. Centaur armor.
Revelio. Aloha Mora.
I almost forgot that I had already come up this way, and there was some stuff up here.
Revelio.
Darling sister, delighted to receive your recent owl. Sounds as if you are, as usual, rising to the challenges presented by not only the students, but also a certain headmaster. Your patience knows no bounds. Speaking of patience, thank you for all that you've done for Gareth. Your instincts are sharp indeed. A delicate balance of discipline and creative encouragement is all he needs. I confess I'm glad that his fellow students have replaced his own family when it comes to trying out his latest brews. Marvelous how he spins it. You're the first lucky ones. Never mentions the possibility of untoward reactions. Well, I must be off. Apologies for the short note. Seems the youngest has gotten herself into a bit of a predicament. Tossed a garden gnome into the neighbor's dirigible plums again. Anyway, I hope to see you at the holidays. Sending my love, G.
Revelio.
Anything else around here? Nope. But there's this. Nope, must be up.
Hello, Homora.
Gotta do all the walking, the lockpicking.
Revelio.
Professor Hecat, as discussed, I have corresponded with my goblin acquaintances at Gringotts. All have condemned Ranrock's actions, and some have privately considered that his motives may not be what they seem. From what I've heard of his treatment towards others of his own kind, those who refuse to join his ranks, I am inclined to agree with our friends at the bank. I will let you know what more I hear. Suffice it to say that for now we must remain vigilant. Respectfully, Aesop Sharp.
Revelio.
Okay, so it does kind of sound like it's coming from up here. Ah, right, okay.
Revelio.
Still don't know how to open this. This might be the third secret. But I honestly don't know what to do for it. It doesn't seem like there's anything to interact with. Specifically. Unless maybe it's...
Confringo.
To light those up.
That's where I need to speak the password. Toujours pure.
Revelio.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely coming from up his office.
I wonder if all the elite wizarding families have a motto.
There you are. Sleeping portraits. The sorting hats. Hello, sorting hat. Chillin'? I don't blame you.
Hello, Homora.
Dear Phineas, children have been asking about your return. Belvina, in particular, chooses to do so each day at breakfast and is engulfed in a sulk when I remind her that you are ensuring the quality of her future education. Sirius and Phineas rarely send me an owl, although when they do, they never mention you. I'm certain they're proud of you and all that you're doing for Hogwarts. Having one's father as headmaster is a tremendous honor. Merlin helped me. Cygnus is now crawling and follows Arcturus around like an unwelcome shadow. Arcturus is begging for an invisibility potion, and frankly, I can't blame him. I'd be tempted to brew one if it weren't for the eternal sniveling that Singus would regale me with. Perhaps we shall see you during the next school holiday. Please don't feel any obligation. We can manage. Ursula.
Revelio.
Oh, I thought for a second it was one of the ones with the eyes.
Revelio.
Is it not in? Oh, it's up.
Aloha Mora.
I didn't make the noise the first time around.
Revelio. Aloha Mora.
That one was easy. Room with a view. So I've reached the highest point in the castle. Professor Black, regarding your letter dated the 20th of September, I shall not reconsider the admissions process at Hogwarts. Regards, Ferris Spavin, Minister of Magic, London.
Revelio.
The key of admittance. I'm surprised there's not a page up here. Where the heck is it coming from?
Revelio.
Does sound like it's coming from further up.
It's good to see you.
All thanks to Professor Fig's quick thinking. Now what?
Approach the pedestal in the antechamber and read the book that appears.
What can I expect to find in the book?
A story. I cannot say more. You may recognize some elements of it, as I was inspired by a tale with which many wizarding children are familiar.
I suspect there will be more to this than reading a book.
Your suspicions are correct. We shall speak when you are finished.
Has this been under the headmaster's nose all this time?
Of course.
Revelio.
Why can I not read this note? Read this one. Receipt. Hair tonic, mustache wax, Bundium pomade, comb, pearl handled, back scratcher, gold handled, doxycide. Bruh, what world do you need that stuff for? Take one of your apples. So what is the point of this?
Revelio.
Still want to know where the dinging is coming from.
That must be the pedestal.
And how in the world do I get up to those? Stairs don't go up further. Fog is bugging out. This room leads this way. Leads into here. See, it's got to be up there, because there's nothing in here. Oh, I guess it could be below there.
Revelio.
So I should probably save. Go ahead and create a new slot. I'll also save here.
Revelio.
Oh, it did appear.
Where am I? Professor Fitzgerald? Can you hear me?
I am here. In this place, you may call me Neve. You shall be witness to a fable. Pay attention. Things are not always as they seem. You must move swiftly and cautiously. Use the tools you encounter to find me. The first you will need is a cloak. In this place, as in life, death takes many forms. Avoid each of them at all costs.
I should have run when I could. I'd be free by now.
Go. Now. I need to get out of here. Where could Neve be? I need to time this just right. I see. A staircase straight ahead.
That's right, bug off.
A ladder. Perhaps they won't be able to find me if I go up there. I'd best move while I can. Neve must be here somewhere. Too many. I must cross this road as fast as I can. That's where I need to go, but I need to find a way past them. Nothing this way, but more danger. There must be another way to find you. I need to turn back. There's no getting past them that way.
Thank you.
That doorway looks like the only safe way forward. Now's my chance. That's the way forward. I think I'm invisible.
Invisibility cloak? Do I actually get that as an item now? That'd be cool. Heck, where do I go now? Oh, out the door. Gate, not door. Sweet.
They can't see me at all. I can get closer to them.
Yep.
This is the way forward. Finally free. Now where are you, Eve?
You have outrun death thus far, but have yet to find me. Keep searching, but this time you will be unable to hide. Wield the wand you see before you. Do not squander its extraordinary power.
I've never felt such power.
Oh, there's just one spell set. Okay.
Depulso! Descendo! Depulso! Bombarda!
Defender. Descender. Defender. Bombarder. Depulso. Descender. Defender. Bombarder.
Yeah, off the edge you go.
Bombarder. Descender. Stupefy. Defender. Stupefy. Bombarder. Defender. Depulsor. Descender. Defender. Bombarder.
I only have 2 more dueling feats, I think, to max out that. And I keep getting them on accident.
Bombarder. Defender. Depulsor. Bombarder. Descender. Depulsor. Bombarder. Defender. Descender. Bombarder. Defender. Bombarder. Depulsor. Descender. Bombarder. Descender. Defender. Stupefy. Bombarder. Descender. Bombarder. Defender. Depulsor. Stupefy. Descender. Defender. Bombarder. Descender. Bombarder. Defender.
Come on, Death, is that all you have? Come on.
Bombarder.
Just some trolls. Kidding me?
Defender. Stupefy. Bombarder. Defender. Depulsor. Descender. Defender. Bombarder. Stupefy. Protector. Stupefy. Bombarder. Defender. Stupefy. Depulsor. Descender. Bombarder. Defender. Depulsor. Stupefy. Defender. Descender. Depulsor.
Oh, I have more dueling feats to go. That's right, run away. It's easy enough.
A simple stone. This must be for me.
You are far from finished. Pass through the mourners ahead. Nothing is what it seems.
I can't believe she's dead.
Dear sweet Neve.
Neve! We won't be the same without her.
You found me, but you cannot undo what has been done. The magic of the stone can only conjure a shadow of my former self. But there's no light without shadow, as there is no shadow without light. Simply because you can eliminate darkness does not always mean that you should. Remember that as you witness my memory.
Isadora, what you did for your father was remarkable.
Well, wasn't it? And Percival needn't worry about the strands of emotion or the traces that this magic leaves. I found a way to contain all of it.
You haven't stopped.
Goblin Silver.
You spoke to a goblin about this.
Don't worry, he has no idea what we're containing.
We don't know what effect any of this may have. The emotions, the dark traits.
You sound like Percival. And as it happens, I do know. It is a source of strength, of focus. Somehow it enhances my ability to wield magic.
I don't follow, Isadora.
I think we can harness it.
Power like this is not to be toyed with. In the wrong hands.
You saw what I did for my father. Aeneas, imagine the good we could do. Everyone is in some kind of pain. What are you doing? Breathe it in. Can you feel it?
Oh, Isadora. This must stop. All of it.
You've kept this power to yourselves for so long because you fear it. I choose to embrace it.
So I wonder if now I can go up to the headmaster's office anytime.
Is it true? Has someone completed the first 3 trials?
It is, and I have.
But you are so...
young? I know. You must be Professor Bakar.
I am.
Pleased to meet you. The pensive memory I just witnessed, was Isadora inhaling painful emotions?
She was.
I found it disturbing. But how did she gain power from it? How did she harness it?
It was disturbing. Although I wonder that you are asking about her power. I hesitate to reveal the location of my pensive to someone who, perhaps, has yet to understand the responsibility of power.
I can assure you, Professor, I do. In fact, what you don't yet know is that a dangerous goblin called Ranrock has accessed the repository at Rookwood Castle. He has learned to harness the contents of it as a source of immense power. He plans to use that power against wizardkind. We have no time to waste.
I see. Nonetheless, the knowledge you shall gain after you witness my memories is too valuable to share without further consideration. I shall require time to confer with the other keepers.
It seems we have no choice but to wait, frustrating as it is. I heard what you told Professor Bakar. Isadora was inhaling emotions to gain power?
She was. And she pulled emotions, as she did from her father, from Professor Fitzgerald, without permission.
Monstrous.
What's more, She said that she found a way to store the traces of magic she extracted in goblin silver.
The repositories?
Possibly. There's something I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier. Ranrock has been digging at locations tied to the 5 names he found in the journals of a goblin metalworker named Bragball.
5 names? The Keepers, and who else? Isadora Morganac?
Precisely. That's how he's been one step ahead of us. Gringotts, the Tower, Rookwood Castle.
If the Keepers won't tell you where the next trial is yet, I say we at least maintain a watch on Ranrock. Perhaps he'll lead us to more information.
Perhaps. I hope to hear from Lodgok soon. I haven't heard anything since I learned of the drills. Oh, and as you've probably guessed by now, your polyjuice plan worked like a charm.
I knew it would. I may have done too good a job distracting Black. I had no idea he can't hold his fire whiskey.
You took him drinking. Achievement unlocked. The Hallowed Hero. Okay, so I've only got a few more main quests to go, it looks like. But, I mean, at least the 3rd trial is completed. Okay. Demiguy's mask. So let's see, I just need to do a lot more dueling feats. Some spiders, infamous foes, Infari, Fairy, however you want to pronounce it, and Dugbugs. So let's see now. Go ahead and do this. Ooh. Geek tells me he shared with you his experience with the Phoenix. Please check in with him when you get the chance. He has an idea for you that I thought worth exploring. Professor Weasley. Ooh, okay. I wonder if I'll get to be able to capture a Phoenix. Oh, and Sebastian too. Shouldn't have reacted so bitterly about your goblin friend. I apologize. I hope we can finish what we started with the triptych. Please meet me at the southern coast and search for the final canvas piece. Sebastian. I do have a feeling that unfortunately Sebastian is heading towards kind of a bad end. But who knows, maybe it'll be good. To decide which one to do first. I want to do Phoenix Rising. After that, I want to see if I can go to the headmaster's office again, just to test it.
Deke has some exciting news to share.
Hello, Deke. Professor Weasley said you had an idea.
Indeed, Deke does. Deke knows that you want to learn about all sorts of beasts, and Deke recently heard rumors of a phoenix nest in a nearby mountain.
A phoenix nest? I wonder if it belongs to the phoenix Natty mentioned, the one Harlow and the poacher pack are after.
Deke would not doubt it. If Deke has heard of it, surely the nasty poachers have as well, which means it could be in danger.
Well, I'd better go and rescue it then, hadn't I?
Deke thinks so. So majestic a beast should not fall into such vile hands. Deke is not sure why, but Deke feels that saving a phoenix might help to make amends for what happened with Deke's prior master. Deke hopes that you are able to find the phoenix and bring it to the room where it will be safe.
Indeed. I would definitely like to catch me some phoenixes. Nearby. It's all the way over here. Where I went ahead and got this.
What are you up to now?
Ah, yeah. Okay, I thought so.
blockade. Hogwarts poachers are already here. Revelio. Revelio. Could the Phoenix be in there?
Beware of spiders. Bunch of dead spiders.
Bombarda. Cursed fiends.
Zoom mannequin.
Revelio.
Is that it down here? I believe so. Okay, I can go back now.
You've seen how much a single feather fetches? Just imagine the whole blooming bird.
No imagining for you, because you're dead. I don't need any more. We can build potions. I haven't actually fought an enemy in a while that needs it.
Revelio.
Got all three of them. Very nice.
Bombarda. Revelio. Revelio. More poachers. How many are there?
I don't know, because I've got to have gotten rid of at least, you know, a couple hundred or so at this
Where
point.
did I set my traps?
I don't know, but it doesn't really matter, because now you're dead. I got a gate key.
One less poacher in the Wizarding World. Revelio.
Some money, not that I need it.
The Phoenix. It almost seems as if it wants me to follow it. I need to find...
I know it. Meet me outside of Feldcroft as soon as you can.
Revelio.
You're gonna regret coming here.
Not likely. I don't know why the game makes you go forward quite so much when you cast. That is the first time that's happened, and it was kind of funny. Yep, he died as soon as he arrived. Oops. Okay, well, whatever. It was probably just money anyways. Money that I don't need.
Aloha Mora. Revelio. There it is again.
Where? I didn't see it anywhere. Okay, I really don't need any more ingredients for potions. Extreme danger from giant spiders.
Bombarda.
Eight legs is simply too many. Revelio.
Levioso. Bombarda.
Big spider time? Oh no, these guys.
Hypocrite. You're not getting You dare stand one of my own! You will!
Let me outside! Would you like me to put you down?
Incendio!
Yeah, come.
That was for Highwing. Revelio. Confringo.
Hey, load up. Large rugs.
Revelio.
Suppose I should go use my talent point. Couldn't do you, because why not? Save now that I've gotten that done.
Hello. I'm here to help. I can take you somewhere safe. Let's get you back to the room.
Rising
Deke's
from
going
the
to be pleased.
ashes. Yeah, that was easy. I wonder if I'll be able to get another one. Because there's an achievement for breeding 10 different species. And I would imagine that that counts as one. Oh, hello there, giant spider.
Stupid one. Stupid one. Descender.
I don't know how to bury its head in the ground. Also, why do I have you here? No, it doesn't really matter.
Potato. Bombarda. Glacius. Defender. Expelliarmus. Repulsor. Descender. Arresto momentum. Potato. Stupid one. Descender.
Hey, there we go, I got it.
Glacius. Defender. Expelliarmus.
Lightning!
There's a victory that came none too soon. Whoa.
Confringo.
Nice.
Did you find the phoenix?
Yes, Deke. And I rescued it from the poachers. I have it here. It's safe.
Remarkable. Well, what are you waiting for? Deke cannot wait to... My heavens. What a beauty. You keep it close. Professor Weasley and Deke were right to tell you about the Room of Requirement. Look at all you've done, and how many beasts you've rescued. A phoenix is safe now, because of you.
I couldn't have done it without your help, Deke. Thank you.
Deke is grateful for the kind words, and also grateful to have been of assistance to someone like yourself. Helping you do such good for so many beasts has given Deke a sense of peace Deke hasn't known in years. Deke will always be here for you when you need him. Deke thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Alright, now I've got a stable supply of phoenix feathers. I can also equip you and work on upgrading you. Let's see, I had you at one point. What's the last one that I was using? That one's good. Might stick to the house scarf for right now. There was other stuff. I should probably identify. Is there going to be anything good? There is a hat that is good. Ish. An increase of 4. I suppose that's better than nothing. Nope. Change from this ugly hat. Let's see. Do I want to go back to that one? I kind of like this one. That one's kind of interesting. Could go around for a little while with a bowler. Might do that. Alright. Hat, you need to be upgraded twice. And you need to be changed to something that's level 3. Let's see, so you... all spells, throw, ancient magic, you are probably ancient magic as well. Might go ahead and move you to more damage with throws. Having 2 of each would be nice. Definitely gonna have a breeding pen here for the Phoenix Slator. And I always put out a toy box, because why not? This one's also got good music. There. I have a brush. Are you not gonna eat? There we go. Nice, Phoenix feathers.
Revelio.
Should also be 3 chests laying around somewhere. There's one.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Confringo.
See, walls, eh? There.
Revelio.
Short pillars. I have to release the soundtrack for this game at some point. Medium raised floor.
Revelio.
I think there was only 3 in each. Now that I have more Phoenix feathers, what requires Phoenix feathers to upgrade?
Dick thinks
You do.
you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed. I need to find Graphorn somewhere.
so that I can upgrade my other stuff. Okay. Does it show this area over here now? I flipped in Phoenix Mountain Cave. So I wonder, where do I get another phoenix in order to breed them? I also still have no idea where I can get graph horns. Oh well, I'm gonna go ahead and head towards this quest area. And I'm gonna go use the restroom, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright. Got me some more water as well, because I was thirsty.
Revelio.
Actually, what am I doing? I can just go straight to it.
I can do this. I can do this. They will want to help.
Is this where we're meeting the centaurs?
Well, they don't exactly know we're coming, so it's less of a meeting and more of a surprise, I suppose.
That's fair enough.
Once we tell them about the Snidgets, they'll understand why we came and they'll want to help.
I hope you're right. Perhaps they'll be able to tell that we're sincere. There's something about them that's so knowing. It's almost unnerving.
I suppose they are known for having an air of omniscience.
That's exactly the right word. Never mind.
What is it?
It's nothing, truly. We've no secrets to hide.
Speaking of secrets, I do want to tell you why Victor Rookwood's after me. He's working with Ranrock, and Ranrock's after something I found at Gringotts. Fig had a portkey that led us there after the dragon attack. It's a bit of a long story, and Fig's asked that I not speak of it yet.
Goodness. Well, that certainly helps explain a bit about what we saw back at Horntail Hall. Of course, I'll guard your secret as if it were my own. Even the centaurs won't know.
We'll simply be honest with them about what we're trying to do. They'll have to help us, won't they?
Yes, of course. You're absolutely right. We'll meet with them, tell them about the Snidgets, and I'm sure to all be fine.
What do you think you're doing here, human?
Please! We were hoping to speak with you.
Ah! I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the time you spoke to a centaur, and it spoke back.
No! Never! We're here because we need your help.
Enough! You made a grave error in judgment in coming here, little witch.
Leave them be, Alec. We do not harm the young. It is not our way.
You forget your place, old fool. I'm the leader of this herd, and while you cling to our way, their kind continue to slaughter beasts like us without a care!
From what I can see, they have slaughtered no one. They will leave here unharmed.
Mark my words, Doran. If I ever see them again, it will be all 3 of your heads.
Foolish children. Do you know what happens to wizards who wander here? Now, follow me before
Golden Snidgets are still alive, and the poachers are after them. They know that the key to finding them lies in the moonlight, but they don't know what that means, yet. Please, help us find the Snidgets before the poachers do.
Could it be? In the south, there is a cave within which lies what the poachers seek. A moonstone. Retrieve it and place it in the henge in the forest. I, on the other hand, must go speak with the herd. Find me after you have done this.
I don't understand. So the moonlight mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone. What do moonstones have to do with Snidgets? And why was he so certain about where we could find one?
Isn't Moonstone all around us? Why retrieve one from a cave?
Knowing centaurs, I suspect he's referring to a specific moonstone. We'll likely know it when we see it.
Probably.
I don't know. but I am inclined to believe him, what with his being a centaur and all.
I am too. It is a shame how quickly he left. What was his name? Doran?
That's what the leader of the herd called him.
Well, if Doran knows something we don't, I'd rather act now and ask questions later. I can head to the library and start looking into the cave he mentioned. I'll let you know what I find.
So, is that it? It's an owl.
Revelio.
I guess now we'll go here and meet Sebastian.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this. Revelio.
Still. Oh, right, this chest over here. So there were locks on it. It was just busted last time I came by here.
Revelio.
Sebastian, a lost relic from a catacomb which requires a dark sacrifice.
I know how it sounds, but if this can help you, it's worth the risk.
Does Ominous know about this?
He helped find the scriptorium where we discovered Slytherin's spellbook.
Very well. If Ominous will be there, I'll meet you. We don't have much time. Solomon wants to leave Veldcroft.
What? Leave? Never mind. You need to stall him. Buy us time, Anne. Please.
I shall do my best. I'll be in touch.
Solomon can't take Anne from Feldcroft. Where would they go? When would I see her?
Sebastian.
I can't believe my uncle wants to leave Feldcroft. Anne's going to stall him. She must. We need time.
Time? For what?
I've learned more about the relic. I cross-referenced Slytherin's spellbook with everything in the library on relics and dark sacrifices. That's when I realized something. I believe the relic will only work inside the catacomb.
So we have to get Anne to the catacomb and then conduct a sacrifice. Seems risky.
It'll be worth the risk. Our biggest hurdle may be convincing Ominous. And we'll only give this a chance if he's on board.
And we have to keep all of this from your uncle. If he goes to the headmaster, we could be expelled.
Let me handle Ominous this time. As for my uncle, he's not an Auror anymore. What he doesn't know, well, won't hurt us.
Do you think your uncle would tell anyone at the ministry about all of this if he found out?
If he found out, I doubt he'd go to the ministry. He didn't part ways with them well, from what I understand. He won't say, but I believe his strong aversion to dark magic has something to do with his time there. Anne thinks he once decided to fight fire with fire, so to speak, and resorted to using an unforgivable curse in a fight against dark wizards. At least that's what she thought she heard. When he realized what his job had led him to become, he left rather abruptly. So, I'm not sure he'd go to the ministry to report on his own family using dark magic now.
Good luck with Ominous. Until we meet again.
I shall let you know when the four of us should meet at the catacomb. Look for my owl. See you soon.
All right. Guess then, just waiting for a little bit of time, I will go ahead and this one requires Bombarda. Learned that a while back.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented.
Feels like I've been at this for hours. Revelio.
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
I received your owl. Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time, it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
Of course I care, Sebastian. We've come this far. Don't let your frustration get the better of you.
Fine. I'll defer to your keeper friends, for now. But I don't like it.
We don't have a choice. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew moving off the path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast. I'll be quieter than a jobberknoll.
Bring me a dozen humans.
Revelio.
I'll take more. Run the other way when they see me, humans do. Every time.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work. Thestrals overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not gonna trek up this mountain in silence.
Fair. It would be kind of boring. Interesting. The flying barrier just decided to show up while I was on the ground. That reminds me. It's saved in a bit. Since the Phoenix. Oh, you're so slow.
I'm sorry we can both see Thestrals.
It's certainly not something I'd hoped we'd have in common.
Kill any who trespass.
Wait! We should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
Quietly now.
An intruder!
Wouldn't mind if
Let's do Dallas.
Enjoy some! You won't survive this! Yes, get it!
Bombarda!
You think this is funny? You don't believe you can do it? Rather a boy coming back.
Revelio. They got what they deserved.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins.
You could have got us killed.
But I didn't.
Bro, you're getting way too reckless.
Looks like Ranrock's loyalists were heading further up the path.
Let's keep going.
Alright, I've been here before. I don't know, I would just be using flute louder.
Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Notions of ownership.
Bye-bye. Bye.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
I agree. Only good wizard's a dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right.
Revelio.
I'll be most keen to help him achieve his goals in that regard. Not quiet enough.
Ranrock will unite!
Yeah, have your bolt back.
Sebastian, wait.
Wait? For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Agreed.
Finally, he's listening to some sense.
So far, so good.
Charming.
Revelio.
Spiders. How fitting.
Of course, every time.
Revelio. Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Crap, I can't freaking launch because they keep on just... It doesn't even matter at this point, just kill them all.
Revelio.
Huzzah, I've completed killing all of the spiders. What is with my wand with the sparkling?
Revelio.
Is it not still in combat?
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
Levioso! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Cavolso! Accio! Dindo! Confringo! Capolfringo!
Annoying little beasts, aren't they?
Indeed. I also don't know how I haven't gotten that feat, so I'm just not going to bother with it now.
A staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Confringo! Repulsor! Revelio! Bombarda!
The heck, are we still in combat?
Look at this place. Not
Let me
really my
guess.
style.
Big boy
Bit much,
spider.
if you ask me.
Confringo! Cavolso! Confringo! Depulso! Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes. Confringo!
Is finding these chests. We've seen rune symbols like these before.
Revelio! Revelio! Confringo!
Can't get out of here quick enough.
Revelio! Accio!
Is it because we're technically still considered being in combat?
Revelio!
Okay, well, whatever. Only a troll? Gosh, can you just what? Fine, troll. You'll get my undivided attention now.
Nice teamwork.
Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together.
Revelio.
Confringo.
That troll certainly made a mess of things. Debris everywhere. That was a piece of work.
More than one.
Revelio.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Revelio.
At least I was able to top off my wig and world potions. Also, my wand is
I'm out
doing
of
the
breath
working.
after all of those stairs. But the view, well worth it. Revelio. Another barrier. We can blast through it, I'm certain. Almost as good as if I'd done it myself. Revelio.
This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
The triptych. Another rune symbol. Feel as if I should be fluent in runic language by now. Revelio. Could this be another area Isadora created?
Kinda looks
Isadora
like
must
it.
have honed her skill with ancient magic here.
And once again, I still can't read it because the game seems to think that I'm still in combat.
Revelio. Revelio.
It would appear that I'm stuck because the game seems to think that I am stuck in combat, so let's just try, yeah, the latest autosave. It's gonna be a little ways back. There we go, okay. 4 of 7. I've had a breakthrough. Power that I honed with my professors, with which I conjured and built such pretty pillars, must be tempered substantially for the much more indelicate endeavor which I now undertake. It feels somewhat like removing a memory, but the magic is wholly different. As I withdrew the merest whisper of pain from just above the heart, a faint haze appeared and then just as quickly seemed to dissipate. I sensed a surge of peace myself, as though I knew instantly that what I was doing was right. I wonder now if the haze may be contained, if memories can be stored in a pensive. Surely these extractions can be kept safe for further study.
Sebastian, a journal entry. We should look for more.
Why couldn't she have kept all her journal entries in one place?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I already have 1 through 3. Yeah, okay. Now that it has moved out of its perpetual in combat, work on this. That's probably why it didn't work, because it was bugged. Yeah.
Bombarder. Potato. Stupefy.
Use a mandrake? Okay. Come on, throw a boulder at me. There. Bonk.
Nice teamwork.
There we go.
Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together.
And I didn't have to use any potions this time.
Revelio. Reparo. Revelio.
That was a piece of work.
More than one.
Such joy I felt helping my father after all these years. To hear his voice again, I cannot begin to describe how much I've missed it. I confess, I was wholly stunned by the Keeper's reaction. I should have expected it. How can they stand by and do nothing when they have the power to do so much good? Who is Professor Rackham to tell me what I can and cannot do with my ability? The audacity of all of them, judging my work without any real understanding of all that I've accomplished. I do have some hope. The headmistress seemed somehow to understand what I was doing. When the time is right, I shall go to her. She may be able and willing to help. Until I know otherwise, I must continue my work alone. For now. But I will find someone to help me. I will find someone else who understands the gifts that we've been given and our obligation to use it. I will store what I learned safely away for the moment. One day I'll be able to share it with another who is like me.
A journal entry. Isadora was here. Revelio.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs. But the
Revelio.
well worth it. Another barrier. We can blast through it, I'm certain.
I feel more and more capable each day. My sense of purpose, knowing that what I am doing is precisely what I was meant to do, has never been clearer. The number of souls I've been able to help grows by the day. So much pain. I have discovered that this magic itself somehow confirms what I am doing is right. Each time I breathe in the haze, even a little, it is as though I've become more capable. I am being rewarded for my courage, rewarded for using this magic the way it was meant to be used. I fear, however, that I must find a way to store what I cannot use in the moment. Do not yet understand its power and do not want to leave it to chance. I have an idea. It is not without risk, but I feel that the risk is worth it.
Good news?
This journal entry sounds worrisome. Revelio.
This can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us. Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
The trick that pointed us here. Another rune symbol. Feel as if I should be fluent in the English language by now.
Revelio.
Another area Isadora created.
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here.
7 of 7. How could I have been so terribly wrong? The headmistress won't help me. I tried to make her understand. She, like others, is blind to the possibilities of what I can do. I have come to learn that I can rely on no one, but I am a more powerful witch than I have ever been, and I know that it's due to the work I'm doing. I shall not allow my magic to lie dormant, as the keepers do. How I despise that ridiculous name, as if keeping power all to themselves is something to be lauded. I confess, I have begun to wonder if I will ever find another in my lifetime with whom I can share this work. If I do not, then I shall find solace in the knowledge that I have left them a trail to follow, a path from which they can learn. Perhaps they will do what I cannot, heal the world.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
The final canvas piece to the triptych. We've done it!
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Yeah.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of this.
I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
This is it.
Don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
Another pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder.
What is it?
Let's find out.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
That worked? It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's copper and silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not. Someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Felgroth, the destroyed painting, it was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please, talk to the Keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
Why did the Keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
I don't know if it was the Keepers who did. I am curious, though, as to why they did not allow the use at all, or why they were so skeptical. Like, it definitely is interesting.
One of Ranrock's drills in a mine along the shore. I intend to destroy it. I'm tired of trying to reason with him. You're welcome to join me, but if I don't see you there, I will reach out when I return. I have something to give you.
Alright.
Rodgoth's getting himself into more danger than he realizes. I'd better find him.
You okay, bro? He's running in a circle. Oh, fixed him. That was weird. Okay. Well, I might go ahead and do a few more side quests before I end for the night. How much gear space do I have? If I need to go sell some.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Okay.
Thank you again for delivering those potions to Madame Lawing.
Make sure I didn't get anything that was worth anything, did I? I don't think so. Probably not. No, it doesn't look like it. Everything can go.
Lot of time and trouble.
Sale.
What can I do for you today?
You can buy all of my crap.
I hope to see you again. Farewell for now.
Alright. Rescue Biscuit.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Potato!
Pathetic!
Potato! Had enough!
That thing fills you with your skin. Oh, what?
Where's that goblin hell? Cinder! You'll regret that!
There, have an explosive barrel. Why? Because why not?
Aloha Mora.
Somehow I accidentally clicked outside the game there.
Now then, which one of you is Biscuit? Revelio.
What's with the shiny?
Levioso.
I don't know, but you're mine now.
I'll look after you. Revelio.
Suppose I should just catch a few more of them anyway, since I do need to do that.
Everything's all right now. Revelio.
Levioso.
There. I'm not going to hurt you. Revelio.
Would you please meet with me in the Great Hall? I have come upon a difficult...
Levioso.
I need a friend.
Reparo.
Are you familiar with the hamlet of Irondale? It's south of the castle. I think the cave that Doran wanted us to find is near there.
All right, Biscuit. Let's get you back to Garniff, shall we?
Oh wow, yeah, it really does have a lot more charge of the boost, that upgrade.
Garniff, I've rescued Biscuit.
You have? Oh, is she hurt? Was she frightened?
Are you all right?
Biscuit is fine, as am I. I was able to rescue her without much incident.
Oh, mercy. Where poachers are concerned, I tend to expect the worst. I cannot wait to get her home. I so miss seeing her dance in the evenings. Such joy.
I'm glad she's safe now. I'm sure she'll be happy to go home.
Oh, that is a great weight off my mind. Oh, my sweet little Biscuit, my wise, noble moon calf. And here is your reward, of course. Well deserved. As I said before, you have restored my faith in wizard kind. You've restored at least a modicum of my faith in wizard kind. Biscuit and I can't thank you enough.
Do need to go over here real quick to sell some of the ones that I have captured, so that I have plenty of space. And apparently there's another side quest on the way, which is fine.
Revelio.
Quick.
Glad Clementine's finally lost her.
Sneak scope.
These infernal butterflies.
Hello there. Ready
Hello.
for a little change in fashion, are we?
Jeez, game.
I beg your pardon, but would you mind helping out an old woman?
Is everything all right?
Oh, bless you. Oh, thank you for asking. I'm Betty. Betty Bugbrook. And no, everything is not all right. It's my dear friend Hazel. She's in trouble.
Hazel?
Yes. Oh, she's a unicorn. Known her for years. She doesn't like to leave the forest, so I visit her once a week to brush out her mane and bring her some treats. Her coat is glorious. Well, the last time I saw her, we were violently attacked by a pack of wolves. Hazel, loyal friend that she is, leapt in front to protect me, and in the process, I fear she may have been injured.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to help her, but she seems to have gone into hiding. Out of fear, I'd imagine. I know you Hogwarts students learn a fair bit about caring for beasts. Perhaps you could find my unicorn friend and get her somewhere safe so that she can heal.
Sure.
How did you become so close with the unicorn?
It was luck, truly. I came across her when she was a little golden foal. Didn't even have a horn yet. Oh, she trusted me straight away. We'd play together for hours. Oh, I do hope she'll be all right. Unicorn hair is a valuable wand core, and I suppose losing a hair or two mightn't hurt her. But I'm terrified those poachers will want her for her blood, to keep themselves alive. And that is more than I can bear to think of.
I'll keep an eye out for your unicorn friend and take her to safety if I see her.
Oh, you've a good soul. I can always tell. Please, don't risk your own safety, though. I don't know precisely where she is, but I can tell you that her den is north of Hogsmeade. And although I haven't been able to brush her lately, I imagine she still has the brightest, most beautiful coat of her entire herd. Remember?
All right.
Never been
Hogsmeade, here I come. I need to look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat. It sounds as if she's in trouble.
Yeah, I'm keeping the one with the little star on it because I'm not sure what that means, but maybe it's something like it's unique. No. Let's keep that one because they're both special.
I'll not mind seeing you here again. Consider yourself welcome.
after I get this unicorn, I need to go drop them all off to make sure I remember not to accidentally sell them.
You disappoint me!
Hazel must be here somewhere. Revelio. Come on, Hazel. Bombarda.
That was not what I meant to use.
Now, Levioso. Professor Howell will never believe this. Revelio.
I've heard centaurs quieter than you.
Shut up.
Revelio. Levioso. I can take Hazel back to a vivarium now.
Hello,
I should let
centaurs.
Madam Bugbrook know she's safe. This place has seen better days. Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Did you find my...
Madam Bugbrook, I found your unicorn friend Hazel.
Oh, what a relief! Is she all right? Are you all right? Do you have a safe place for her to stay?
We're both fine. And I have a safe place for her at Hogwarts.
You've a kind heart, you do. I'm relieved and thankful that you'll take care of her. I shall miss my sweet pointy pony, but I know she's safer away from the poachers. Do give her a nice brushing for me, won't you?
All right.
Take good care of Hazel now.
Hello, Deke.
look after you.
Deke thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Unicorns are over here. There you go. Alright. Both of those might take a little while. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it here for the evening. Let's see what challenges I completed first. Completed all of Wizards. Dark Wizards exterminated. But yeah, so I think tomorrow I will work on some of those kind of pivotal side quests, it seems, and then just continue on with the story. I may finish the game tomorrow. Not sure, but maybe so. So, I'll go ahead and call it an evening. Have a good one.